everybody. Oh, I don't want to do that, but that's fine. What's good in the hood? What we're looking at here is some mad shit. All right. I want to start off with this. Bukkake kept saying that Jennifer McCabe called Proctor and they obtained that new information about I hit him. I want to show everybody that they can just straight get fucked. Michael Proctor calls her at 10:55. First time ever. See? Next. That's like they're going over to their house. Oh, look at this. This is an original screenshot from 12/20/2022. Oh, daddy. Look at that Cole. I knew about that fuck back then. Next. Times 12:49 incoming. So it couldn't have been that, right? Couldn't have been the other one because they're calling her. This is the only outgoing call right there. And it's at 1:24 and 48 seconds for 1 minute and 42 seconds. That's the call that she just rattles off all this information about Karen Reed in 1 minute and 42 seconds. Absolutely absurd. That's Jennifer McCabe's all of her phone calls. Absolutely wild. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Come on in. Make yourself known. Make yourself known. I'm going to switch on over to... we can at least look at some of this. I know everybody's been dissecting the Higgins video. Let's look at this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's look at the steps by Jennifer McCabe during the Higgins video. What is up, Karen? Karen. All right. So... Karen, baby. There we go. Let's look at Jen's steps. Okay. $255 steps, right? As Higgins would be, like right around here. So leading up to Higgins driving over to Canton, you got like 19, 26, 10 steps, and then from 124 to 134, it's a big gap. 255 steps. 35 steps, 8 steps, and then upon, so Higgins would have been leaving at 146. Oh, let me take that down. Make that bigger. I was just looking to see what little Jen was doing. You're looking in this area here. I don't know why I believe that Jen's husband, Matt, has her phone in his like coat pocket, or you guys know when you can't find something, you're running all over. Those 302 steps from 136 to 144 without her phone, when she wasn't taking any steps, like it's just like normal type shit, like you're just walking and talking, like the people right here, this and this, like right before he would be coming back and right after he would have left. You see that? 255 to 302. Right after he would have left the house, Higgins would have left the house, Jen starts busting a move. And then right before he's going to come back, she starts busting a move again. See that? She's getting it. She's getting it. Anybody else see that? Get your bingo cards. Yuri's in. Get your fucking bingo cards. Yuri's in. I'm a trial watcher. So we have 400 people to go for Lana to reach 60K. Woo! Do I really? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yep, come on in. It is 8:34. Arise and walk, my children. Right, that's a milestone. Take it. Let's make sure, so Karen Reed was sick yesterday. Hopefully we all got some stuff done. Did you guys do your laundry yet? I gotta do some laundry today. Lana, you want to post chat for other live cards? Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, unless I have it pinned on the last one. Are you able to pull it like that or no? I'm not the only one that can do that. It was like pinned on my past one. Pinned. Let's see. We'll go to day. What a day. Yes, I can do it. Okay, so it was pinned on my last one. See if you can, if you put it in chat, then I will repin it here. Everybody's going crazy about the green Elantra. Let me tell everybody about that green motherfucking Elantra. I specifically went through my timeline to show with the green Elantra and specifically brought up friends of his who owns the green Elantra, and then he goes to town often, and that he was camping and hiking and hanging out in Moscow the weekends leading up to the murders. Also, there was a female who was not his wife that was driving the car on the occasions that we saw. So the whole point is who's using this kid's car? It's clearly not just the kid that was driving. And if people don't want to listen to all the information, then that's up to them. Not my problem. Oh, were we able to pin that? Let me know when you're able to do that, and then I'll touch it and pin it again. So anyways, I'm going to watch it just to show that that's the fucking car that was there. It doesn't matter what the fucking motherfucker lived, didn't live. The records show that he most certainly lived over there. And nobody moves in. He moved in my opinion, in 2022 when he had a job that he took. He switched jobs. He could have been staying with a friend. He could have been visiting a fucking friend. I know that he was hanging out on the weekends for sure, leading up to the murders with friends there. So, now back to Karen Reed trial watches. What are we expecting today? I'm expecting it's going to go like this. We're going to hear from the kids. I'm hoping that they're at the end of the day and they can be at lunch, like after lunch. I don't know. So there's rumors that they may kick it off. If they kick off the day, that we're not allowed to watch it. No one's allowed to even talk about it. I did that one. The way that Hank and Brennan went about this, I don't believe that we're going to be hearing from any more police officers. I think that we're going to be hearing from Paul, the kids, and then we're going to go into his experts. So I don't think we're going to be hearing from, obviously, Michael Proctor, Tully. I don't think that we're not going to be hearing from any of these people. We're not going to be hearing from, obviously, Proctor. So we're going to be hearing from, let's see. Oh, I think he may kick off the day playing Karen Reed's clips. He was leading up to that with Bukkake. So I think that we're going to get some interesting Karen Reed clips coming out the gate. We're going to hear, I'm curious to see if they're going to call Scorty Bello. I don't know how you don't call the ME, but I don't, we're not going to hear from Brian Higgins. Oh, we're going to hear from the Idaho State Police Lab, and who I think that we're going to be hearing from is Ashley Velour, however she says that name. I want to know if we're going to hear from, obviously, Maureen Hartnett. I mean, she did the DNA. I wonder if we're going to hear anything about, nobody has testified to the Canton library cameras. If you want murder, okay, you're going to be wanting to testify to the Canton library cameras about the 507 seeing the car, 510 seeing the car. And that could possibly come from I don't even know who that would come from if they're not going to. I would have thought that would have come from Bukkake. We still have Julie Nagel if he's going to go Julie Nagel route. People that think we're hearing from Matt McCabe, we are not. I destroyed Matt McCabe. Matt McCabe's not being called. If Matt McCabe is called by the prosecution, I will fall over in my chair and you guys will have to render aid. Okay? Looking at my list here. I mean, there's no way he's going to call Link. There's no way. We may see Officer Good. We may see Officer Good. Okay. So Jutris is the guy that would he turned over the Canton Library cameras. I'm trying to think. Only on Commonwealth's list. If we could, I don't think Katie Camarino. I thought Katie Camarino would have been a better witness. I mean, he wants to call the Sullivan sluts now, so there's a question if he's going to try to get in front of the whole camera stuff. He could possibly call Colleen Crawford. I think she's a rebuttal witness. Let's see. Oh, there it is again. Grab it, truth and transparency. I hope that Karen and them are feeling better. I know that Alan Jackson's been sick. He pushed through this. He's like Jordan in game 6 over here. I'm coming to save the day over there. Marks, I'm coming. Okay. There it is again, grab it. No. Oh, so it took me there to get it? Okay, I see what it did. Let me see if I can. I see what you did there. I might be able to go in. Okay. I guess it's fine just to do it like that. Okay, I'll leave it like that. I just want to copy the fucker. Okay, let's do it this way. Sorry, it's not going to work the way that I want it to work. Thank you, Marky. You're the best. You guys hear me double time now. It's not even letting me do that, Marky. So touchy this morning. God. Fuck you. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know why she's not letting me pin the comment. I'm trying to fucking pin this goddamn comment. Sorry. Sorry, I'm making Murky's job harder. Yeah! All right, so our first bingo game. Let's go with some fun. Bingo! First game. I want to do a Super 7. 7 spots anywhere on the board. No free spot. Super 7. Okay. There we go. There you go. Now back to I just cannot believe that he's not going to call a cop that actually was there on the scene to begin with. That's why I think he may call Sean Good. He may call Sean Good. I don't think he's planning on calling Anthony Flamati because that's where the objections came in, and he had to go away from Flamati because he wasn't going to be They were trying to talk about Flamati. I'm still waiting to see if they want to talk about Karen Reed missing in action, because I do not have Karen Reed missing in action. I've been waiting for this part of the trial. Karen Reed does not go missing in action when she's off trying to find John. She's not missing for 17 or 18 minutes. My newfound Oakdale Hog Heaven, Karen Reed would have been driving over there as well if she would have retraced her steps. Called her. So these are our options here. I think we're going to hear from the juveniles. I'm hoping it's after lunch. We've heard from Christina Hanley. They got to start talking about the DNA. No, it's called Kevin O'Hare. Paul and Aaron Keefe, possibly. It could be a family day. You're not going to call Stephen Seraph. The defense is definitely going to be calling him Seraph. What are they called? What are they called? Yeah. There it is, Ashley Bloor. Yeah, we're gonna start getting into the ISP lab people. We have to. Is this channel neutral or pick sides? This channel is 100%. We're all about innocent until proven guilty here. Everybody is welcome here, especially the 420 people. I don't smoke weed though, but bang on. Anyone know why the trial was cut short yesterday? Well, it wasn't cut short. They just didn't have it. Karen Reed was sick. Speaking of which, fuck the courts. Do you think any one of those fuckers called me back yesterday? I'm going to call them and tell them what I think about that too. Yes. We're going to our first Ninja Park birthday party this weekend. Has anybody been to a Ninja Park birthday party? Yes, Sherry D says, we have arrived. Sherry D works for Netflix, and she's their camera crew. So what color panties is Karen wearing today? Parker wants to know. Yes. So we have an official ruling. This is day 15 since there was no trial date yesterday. So it is still trial day 15. That's the ruling on the over and unders. Really chips my ass, but that's okay. We are going to be on our 25th witness, whoever is called today. Coffenhofer's an idiot. A Celtics party. What the fuck? She's such a moron. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's just being funny. The defense is really mounting their third party around Brian Higgins, if you could not tell. Brian Higgins is literally going to be the guy. People wrote me and said, what do I think about the text messages? I think the text messages have really, really key nuggets for Karen Reed. Number one, Brian Higgins would never move his truck, like drink and drive with his truck. So for him to go to Canton Police Department drunk, drinking Jamesons all day, and then play parking lot, Alan Jackson's going to use that and say that it had to be something that was really, really important, right? Okay. He wouldn't just go and do that. Especially being seen on all those cameras, like you could potentially, what if you had a car? it's too much risk. You would never go and do that. In fact, you told Karen Reed that you wouldn't even just go have a drink. Then he also talks about the military base in those text messages. That is a huge, huge nugget for the defense because that's where he destroyed his SIM card and he went and destroyed it on that military base. The other reason, another nugget is we all know if we watched the trial one, Higgins did not read all those text messages before. So when they say that Higgins extracted his own data, mind you, on the defense witness list this time is the guy that did that for him. So on the defense witness list, I believe we are definitely going to be hearing from, what the hell, where's his name at? It's his buddy. He testified in the Aaron Hernandez trial. I want to say, Matthew Kelch. We are going to hear from him. Matthew Kelch testified in the Aaron Hernandez trial. That's the friend to Brian Higgins who helped him do the extraction. Now, something that I did not know until this trial is Higgins, the date that he actually did that extraction. Higgins did that extraction on February 2nd, you guys. That is way sooner than I ever thought that happened. February 2nd or February 3rd. Let me double check. I don't want to. I hate if my stats are off. I could have sworn he said February 2nd. It's a really important date. Like that's way earlier on. Now, I don't know when he was interviewed. In terms of, okay. When Bukaki was describing Karen Ray to be calm, poised, laptop to her left, her phone was right there. I was like, you sick fuck. The way they say that this investigation developed, that's what I'm putting together a timeline on right now. It's taking me a minute, but there's a lot of moving parts. I'm all about dates and when. Are you aware? Did you interview Nicholas Guerrero? Are you aware that John took 36 steps, 84 feet, 12:32 and 16 seconds? Are you aware now? How do you not know that? Big Pow, the ring camera footage. It was he had to testify that Karen Reed did not do anything to the ring camera. I just love that part. I'm surprised Alan didn't ask him about the group text messages from McCabe's, because I think that would have, I don't know why he didn't ask Buchanan about, well, did you ever see the group text messages from Jen McCabe and her family? So I think that's interesting that he didn't ask that. I know I would have, because I would have pointed out that, so when did you become aware of those text messages, like in the group chat? Because you would think that after even trial one, you could have investigated it. So, I personally think that Alan Jackson has a timeline person coming in. Now you know how this is something that Alan Jackson did, and I love it that he did it. When he mentioned that Trooper Moore disliked the Proctor comments and he put a thumbs down, okay? Alan Jackson spun that. I don't believe that Trooper Moore was disliking it because of the comment. I think he was disliking it that he didn't find nudes, okay? But Alan Jackson spun that and said, look it, he didn't like it and you, like, basically trying to show to the jury that Alan Jackson and their team, they don't think that all cops are pieces of shit. But I personally believe that the thumbs down, he just spun it. He made it seem like Trooper Moore was a stand-up person. And that you had an option like to thumbs it down or question it, and you liked it. You liked it. And but Trooper Moore definitely thumbs it down, in my opinion, and I think Alan Jackson feels the same way. But he spun it, and I love that he spun it. And that really, I think, helped with the jury just to show that, like, not all cops are like, you don't want to come across that you think that all cops are, I don't think anything that Buchanan, after he wouldn't just be honest about integrity, honor, what Michael Proctor did, it ruined his credibility for me then to see him investigating, and you think that this is what that means, and you think that, no, you're like, that's not what that meant. Like, you're investigating, and you're like, your head and how you investigated this, I can't wrap my, like, it wasn't a good investigation. You guys clearly had blinders on, and you guys want to say that you weren't conflicted. It looks like you were conflicted because you can't possibly be this fucking bad, can you? Okay. I think it was on the day before when he redirects. But Higgins turning in his text messages and extracting them that quickly, that's very, very interesting. I think that's very quick. It's way quicker than I thought that happened. So here we are. Let's go into the courtroom. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Let's get this show rocking and rolling. Get your bingo cards. We got our first Super 7. It's 7 spots anywhere on the board. Anywhere on the board. Listening on the ride home. Okay, let's pull up the last here. Okay. I think the jury this time is able to tell way more so than we were last time that the pieces that Proctor found on February 11th and February 18th, those red huge pieces, you guys, you can't miss those. You cannot miss those. Also, that he would have found 3 pieces that connected together They were all just like laying next to each other. I think the jury saw that. Those pieces were huge. Okay, here it is. Text message from Higgins, extraction CD printed. Meet with Higgins, yes, provided. What was your understanding? Device and dependent John. Messages, he handed you the items, yes. Reviewed messages, John with Higgins, Karen with Higgins. There's two separate strings. Describe the text messages. Was it for business reasons? No. Friendly, people that knew each other. This is when he starts reading these. All right. I will talk about this part. Karen texts, or when she went over to his house, she texted that she got back and made it home alive. And then he said, thoughts, question mark. And she says, maybes. And I don't believe that was about thoughts on how like good our bang session was. I believe that that was thoughts on something that he had asked her to go and do. Like in the previous text messages, he was mentioned that he has a house down by the Cape. So if she's, dealing with a lot of stress out, hey, you want to go down to the Cape and get away for like a weekend to just clear your head or something like that. Or maybe before we go and get into anything, we should see if we can even like stand each other for more than a couple days. So I think that it was a proposition of something. And that's what he was saying thoughts to, or like, how do we go about this if we really like each other? I don't want to do anything until like you're fully like not with John. It would be something that they're talking about, something like that. Now, if Karen Reed is under the impression that going and having a drink at someone's house means that you're going to bang, why didn't they bang? And because Higgins is saying that he's game. What do you think that means? Like, you're game. You're game to hook up. She knows what it means to go over there to have a drink, right? So when Higgins testified in trial 1 and said that nothing happened, there was nothing sexual like that happened when she came over for that drink. I think that begs the question of is what happened during those 2 hours that wouldn't have, because if that was the plan, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're planning on it and you're thinking that's going to happen, why didn't it? Well, there could be a couple reasons. Depending if Higgins gets whiskey dick and he can't get it up, can't have sex. Or, like I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, if Higgins starts going in on wanting to ask 1,000,001 questions about, what's really up with you and John, like stuff like that. And then that leads somewhere else. But for that not to have happened, or it did happen and Higgins was lying and he had no problem lying because he never thought that Karen would take the stand and she's the only person that could say that they absolutely had sex. But does anybody else think it's weird that they didn't talk on the phone? We haven't heard about one time a phone call like being made to either one of them. I think that is so strange. So strange that they wouldn't have called. Also, I think it's strange on how he described where he lived to her. Like, she's like, can I get an address? He tells her to go park up by some red van. What? Where do you want to meet? No, I don't care. Where do you want to meet? It's just so weird. Go park up by this van when you're right here. when Buchanan interviews Higgins, and Higgins says that he mentions the word snowbank. He couldn't see over the snowbank. If the jury did not catch on to that, I don't know. I can't believe that they wouldn't. He left 34 Fairview to go to Canton PD. Did you ask him about seeing Brian? Report on Higgins, page 3. Snowplow. There was no snowbank. He was not paying attention to the lawn behind the snowbank, is what you wrote. That's how Alan Jackson questions him. Snowbank? There was not a snowbank. But remember I said it almost seemed like they created a snowbank? Because I believe that Brian Higgins plowed that area, okay, to create a little bit of a mound so that you wouldn't be able to see a body. And he slips. Higgins slips. Reading the text messages of Higgins seems like a sensitive guy, but wants to come across as like a toughie, okay? His messages to Karen should shine a totally different light on Higgins than one would think that he's just like, I think that he's just not what people think he is. I think he's a big fucking dork who comes across as he's some tough guy because he's in the ATF and he may act a certain way, but that's not who he really is. Because those text messages show you a 13-year-old boy, not a man. He's a killer teddy bear. They're going after Higgins though, and they're gonna say that Higgins had some reason. And again, Alan Jackson said it great. I don't believe anybody was intending on murdering anybody this evening, and it was a fight, right? And so, how I believe the defense is going to go about this is that you wanted to tell John about Karen being a hoe, right? She dogged you. She basically ghosted you. She didn't reply. You say, and you didn't feel like you're not a bad guy. You're a good guy. And you had reservations the whole way through because, wait, I thought Karen's happy. She's with John. And you wanted to tell John. And so you told John. You told John about what happened. And then you guys started teasing John. Things escalated. And there was a fight. That's how I see it unfolding. I think that Alan Jackson has a bomb though up his sleeve with something to do with the timeline, something in John's phone. But the reports would have had to been turned over if your cell phone guy, your digital forensics found something. Whatever his report says, it goes to the other team, goes to their side, so you can see what they're going to say. And then you normally hand that over to your experts to say, hey, this is what they're claiming was something. Did you see this? But I don't get the impression that the Commonwealth ever turned over anything, because Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde were on very tight leashes. How about this? Remember when Alan Jackson asks Buchanan, were you aware that in this case, 20 police reports were 100 days had been passed before that police report was written. 11 were 300 days past. 3 were 400 days past the incident. 4 were 500 days past the incident, like whatever that person had done in the case, their report wasn't written for 500 days after. And the longest was 581 days. Those stats are astronomical. Buchanan says that there was right around 100 reports written, just a little bit over. So 100. So basically what you have is you have your initial narrative report, and then after that, that's your incident report, and then after that comes supplemental 1, 2, 3. And the computer generates these when you go in. It's not like you assign the number. It's when you're going to be going into that case to write a supplemental. Let's say that you have like 6, 7, 8 different people. When they're going in to write a report, it's whatever number it's at. That's my understanding. And so I'm just so curious to see what report was written 581 days after, not after the incident, but whatever they did in, like, so that I interview you on January 1st. 581 days after that, when I interviewed on January 1st in the year 2000, 581 days after that, I wrote the report. Any good investigator would have said, okay, Ryan Nagel, Julie, Heather Maxon, all these people, nobody saw a Jeep. Okay, nobody saw a Jeep. So the Jeep was either A, in the driveway, right? Option 1, or the Jeep wasn't there. And the Jeep would have been there because now we know for a fact, unless Higgins wants to say that he went somewhere else before he went to Canton Police Department, we know for a fact that he said he was at 34 Fairview, and then from 34 Fairview, he went to Canton PD. Well, it's a couple-minute drive, so we will say that he left at 1:20 in the morning. So he would have been there from 12:10 a.m. until 1:20. Got in his Jeep, drove over to the Canton Police Department, arrives around 1:24, and is there until 1:45. I personally believe, and I know the defense does not want to like entertain it because they want, hey, let's have them okay, so if Jennifer McCabe originally wanted the screenshots from Julie Nagel because she wanted to say something else for the whole here question mark, okay? How do we know that? How do we know that that was actually none of these people's phones were extracted? How do we know that the text message between Julie and her brother wasn't made via one of the apps that you can create fake screenshots, create it, and send it over. And then I'll get it in my SMSs when you send it to me. That's how that was extracted and downloaded. That's how that was ever found. So it could have been a fake screenshot that here, send this over to me. And because none of their phones were taken. And I just know that the defense doesn't want to entertain that because they want there to be, hey, let them say they're there when they're there because, they said they see Karen and by herself. And it's during the time that this alleged running over of John would have happened. That's when like lawyers will tell you just to like, hey, leave everything be. We know that it didn't happen exactly like this. Hence the hog heaven, Oakdale, leave that all out. Because so I've been thinking about that as well. But it's just, I think this jury is so confused. Absolutely confused. Higgins looked like he wanted to confess the first trial. Oh God, here we go.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Sidebar. Welcome, day 14, day 15. Sidebar out the rip. What time is it? 9:18. Another win for Lana. Bev, you dirty dog, starting after 9:12. All right, let's get it underway here. Day 15, starting with the sidebar. 9:18 a.m. actual time. Woo! Higgins is definitely in the crosshairs of investigators. Yes. I have just I don't know. That would just be a gut feeling. How did let's put it to you this way. If Higgins confronted John about, hey, Karen, your girlfriend here, like, how would you try to do it like bro to bro? Oh, dude, she's hitting on me, but guess what? I entertained it and I told her I had the hots for her too. Like that would be the honest thing, right? Hey, we kissed at your house the other night. Hey, then we started texting. Hey, then I had her over for a drink, but nothing happened. I told her I couldn't do this because of you, and the whole well, that could have been like, did you tell John? Because if you didn't tell John, I'm telling John. There's a lot of things that could be, but I don't see how that would just be like, oh my God, then you're just in just throwing down right then and there. If you talk right outside the house, where does the dog come into play then? Could the dog have mistaken Higgins getting into a scuffle and Chloe thinking that was Brian Albert? I'm trying to. I think that it looks more plausible that this happened in the garage. If you're trying to go with like the defense's way of presenting this to the jury, because I don't think they're bringing in Oakdale unless they say that they went there first. Even though that's where John took the steps to go inside. John's flights of stairs are not registered at 34 Fairview. John's flights of stairs are registered on Oakdale. But you guys do know that trials aren't about truth, right? We think they're about truth, but they're not. The defense team has to just simply show the jury that the Commonwealth has no idea what happened. None. They have no idea what happened. There is just a body on a lawn at 6 o'clock in the morning. So you just got to put the possibilities and make them good possibilities. Someone better be on Higgins's testimony from last trial to get him good with the this is what you said last time. Do you deny saying blah 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 at a different proceeding? Then show him the clip of him going to the Canton Police Department, show him what time it was, show him on the phone, ask him who he was talking to. And all you're going to do when you ask him that question, he's going to, what was it about? I have no idea. That was so long ago, but you didn't tell anybody about that. Then you go and destroy your phone after you find out that there's a preservation order on it. I don't get that from the text messages. I don't get that there's animosity in the text messages. Do you guys understand that he was just over there? He was just over at their house, John's house, on the 16th of January. 13th, 16th of January. A couple weeks before this happened. I'm sorry, but I don't invite over people that I fucking don't like to my house. With so much sidebar action, how do we think the jury is affected by that? Well, they don't get to hear, like they're not in the courtroom yet, so they're just thinking that they're starting late, seems to me. In the text messages, Higgins thought JOK was talking shit about him. Yeah, and guess who made it seem that way? Karen. Because he was like, wait, what? What do you mean that John would think that? He cares about what people think of him, first of all. But he was confused by the message that Karen had sent him. Because, yes, Karen did make it seem like he was talking shit. And then she says, no, that's not what I meant. Or, like, then she tries to, like, walk it back. I'll tell you what Alan Jackson needs to make sure that he does is get it across to the jury that Karen nor him have ever spoken before that privately, after that privately. And so there could be no way that this jury thinks for any fucking second that Higgins and Karen had planned this or something like that. Okay? That would be fucking devastating. You know, he kept asking, like, I personally think that Higgins knew that Karen was using him. Do I think that Karen told John before the waterfall? No. 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 I believe they went over there to Oakdale. There was no needing any addresses. You went straight to Oakdale. You knew exactly where you were going. I knew that they were going somewhere else. I knew it because when he said we're two, you were just with her. in the parking lot at Waterfall Bar? Why are you saying where to? And then she doesn't text him, she calls him. They have a conversation. Because I think the reason that you'd be saying where to is Jen McCabe needed to do something, I would love to know if Matt was on the phone. Like everyone just talked. If this was such a big thing that everyone's going back to Brian Alberts, and it was like that was the only conversation that was had, none of this weird too. It would have been like, what's Brian's address? That's what you would say. You would not say where to. You would say, hey, shoot me his address. Hey, I haven't gotten his address. Hey.
All right, so.
I mean, where to?
All rise for the court, please.
Where are we going? Remember, everything, this whole narrative, all of it is these fucking sickos. You're coming with me. You're coming with us. The only reason you would split up is if people were going to get something. You're going like, hey, they're going to go grab whatever, and then we'll meet you over there. I think Karen should take the stand. What is Oakdale? Oakdale is where Sergeant Lank lives, and a bunch of cops live, and a bunch of political people live. Just Oakdale Street. That's where John and Karen were before the 34 Fairview Ways initiated. Before, and then right thereafter, when they made like the loop again, like I showed you guys, that's when the stops were taken. And all the clustering stops for 52 seconds at a stop sign. Get the fuck out of here. No one stops at a stop sign for 52 seconds at 3 o'clock or at 12:30 in the morning. Get that. That's where Proctor then went on February 18th to get all the ring camera footage over in that area. Why would you need that? I think that you were looking for something else, and it was not. They were looking for other vehicles. They wanted to bury everything over there. I'm also shocked that you didn't ask Buchanan, when did you arrest my client? What was the date? Okay, so you arrest my client on this date. What did you know up to that point if you didn't interview any of these people until after you arrest her? Hey, what's up, Holly girl? They were having a blizzard party, baby. So I think that needs to be driven through people's heads, that she was arrested so quickly. There was no investigation. Okay, you arrested her when? February 2nd, right? February 1st, February 2nd. When did you go and interview all these people? What did you even have at that point? And you want to break that down for the jury. You didn't have Dick. You didn't have anything. You talked to Katie McLaughlin, right? Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts. What else? You didn't find any. You didn't even go to 34 Fairview. Your first trip there was on February 3rd. So you went there after Karen Reed was arrested. If you're a juror, wouldn't you want to hear that? I'd want to hear that. I think that that's just powerful. Now, maybe Alan Jackson is saving all of that for their case in chief, which makes sense as well. Because I think the jury, I'd want to know that. I'd want to know that, oh my God, wait, yeah, you guys arrested her you know. And you didn't order up the tow. You know, you went there with the intentions to tow that vehicle, not after you saw it. That's a lie. "100% the defense is calling Higgins. 100% the defense is calling Brian Albert. 100% I believe that Jennifer McCabe is being recalled. I believe that Carrie Roberts is being recalled. They're going to call Good, and they're going to call Seraph, and they're going to call Mulaney, because none of those people heard any of that shit. They're the Kansas Police Department officers that were there. They wrote up their reports, and their reports were done and over with by January 30th, before the arrest. Okay, so all of their reports don't say I hit him. I heard her say I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. That evolved. Pointing out the shoe. Matt McCabe, call that fat bastard. Allie McCabe, not on the Commonwealth's witness list this time around, but on the defense's. What's sitting in the mind of the jury right now is, were those pieces of plastic able to have been on the property before the CERT team found what they found? That would be the biggest gap. That would be the biggest thing that I need to hit home with. And the biggest piece of evidence that they found was the shoe. Okay. So big that, how did you miss it when you were there with a leaf blower? Then I would show the picture of all the Canton photographs that were taken by Good, and show how his report had the shoe pick or the berm pick up, and then it moved that one because it replaced it with a piece of taillight that was found by Proctor or Buchanan. And remember what Buchanan testified? He's like, yeah, Canton were the ones that were there with me. They photographed it. And so Canton uploaded it to their report. And when he did that was in October of 2022. Again, so much later. And Alan Jackson and Unetti last year were like, you did that because you wanted to make it seem it would be misleading to the jury for them to think that, oh, wait, look here, Canton found a piece of red tail light, when they would go back to the jury deliberating room. And I think Unetti's giving them way too much credit there. That's not why they did it. They moved the front picture, in my opinion, because holy shit, that shows the angle, the same angle where there was no shoe. And now we have the CERT team that finds a fucking shoe in the same spot that Canton took a picture of at 7:45 in the morning, and there was no shoe. And there's going to be jurors that go back in that deliberating room, if you implant that in their heads, that look at, this is the same angle. This is the same angle that they take, almost 12 hours later. No shoe here. Now all miraculously there is a shoe. That's the piece of evidence that I would be going with, the whole planting. And then you got to show how Karen Reed's vehicle was available from 5:45 until 8:23 when it was seen. The biggest, strongest piece that I think they have on evidence-wise for Karen is that wellness dash cam. The wellness dash cam. They sent them there on purpose. They had to pull in the driveway to be able to get that. And that tells me that the only people that would know that at that point and that could make that type of decision was Link. Because Link knew. You got to rope in Lang strong because that ropes in how wide Jennifer McCabe went over there. She could say all day that she was talking to his wife. Fuck out of here. She goes to his house the next day. Lank's a big part of this. Lank's on Oakdale. How you don't wrap all of that together for this jury will be the that's what I would do. Also, depending on what clips that they show of Karen Reed, the clips that we've seen so far in this trial, there was a lot of them that didn't get aired. So I think there's going to be some clips that I want to know if she talked about the whole like waiting, and then he just doesn't come out. And I'm not a texter, and so I drive away because I'm pissed, like what the fuck, and I start calling him. Oh, I'm curious if she breaks that down at any point in time with any of those interviews.
Yay. All
There
persons
we go.
having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be
I
seated.
think that was done. That was definitely done last year. There's a video.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidewalk conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's Amy Window here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. Just made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right. Well, I was prepared for that. So I was prepared for that. I figured. I'm like, this is okay. So they're calling. Wow. Witness number 25. Kaylee, his niece. There's no audio, no nothing. So the juvenile, witness 25. There you go. Kaylee, yep. They're calling John's niece. No one's allowed, like, nobody can even, like, report on it from the courtroom. I knew that they were coming right with clips. That is, why did you do these interviews? So listen, she's over here saying that she does not believe, first of all, she's saying John would have never broken up with me. Okay. That was October 18th, 2024. Then June 15th, 2024, so like before that, text with, you think that Brian found out, or that John found out about you and Higgins' texts? She's saying that I don't think that he knew about those. But you have to also understand in context.
Latan is live from Dedham, Mass for the Karen Reed trial.
We'll be on location talking Karen Reed with a lot.
Okay, we're not going to that. So she's, I believe you have to take everything. She could have been saying this at first, since he's clipping it and cutting it, right? So she could be saying, yeah, I didn't think that he knew about anything, but then, you know, I didn't think anything like that at first. I didn't think that he knew about that or anything. And then what comes after that? You know, what came right before that? Those clips are so, like, there is no context around it. That's unbelievable that can be played. I can't believe they don't have to sit down Gretchen Voss to do, or whoever the fuck did the interview. So I think if you would want to introduce all that stuff, that you'd have to play it full. I'm sure that Alan Jackson's going to be able to play clips though too. You know, so defense has to cross the kids. I don't know. I think I don't know. I can't believe the kids are being called, but. Does anyone know? Nobody's 18. These are two juveniles, so let's see. I want to show you guys I want to show you a clip of Higgins's last, when he was on the stand last year. You guys want to see a clip of that? I think it's important. I think it's important.
You spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next.
Okay, so he's saying that he got to Brian Albert's at 7 o'clock in the morning. Do you understand that that is the same time? So when Paul Gallagher says that Matt McCabe, he was taking these pictures. Remember, I found, I was like, what is this car? What is this car? So he's saying he got there at 7 a.m. That means if he was at his West Roxbury place, he would have had to leave at like 6:30 a.m. And that's when he just got the call from Brian Albert.
Next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend. Yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with the FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself, yes.
And he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone. Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Stand just to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will? A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Is that right?
Objection.
So I need to see your notices. So I need to see.
May I ask the advocate to?
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
This is where we're going to be getting into the touchy stuff.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at a time.
Oh, God.
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLLY.
All right.
Madam Your Honor,
Yes.
the witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both worked together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness, in fact, did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to grab the spelling. All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
session.
Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to
an
reading.
employee,
Go ahead and finish the question.
for an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the language here. He walked me through. This is exactly what I believe Nick Balance is going to say. I walked pain through. If he says that, I'm going to fall over. Because he's like, I'm not going to get Matt Kelch in trouble, right? So he walked me through how to do it. He didn't do it with me. So that's like getting Matt Kelch off the hook. Matt Kelch is set to testify. This is the first trial. Okay. And he went on Sunday. So John O'Keefe, they found him, so the next day, Sunday.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Okay,
Police.
so where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware
Matt Kelch is going to make this so much easier.
that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection.
Okay.
I don't believe that's what the court order was.
I think it's
Or I
with,
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly you're on? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
objection,
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
objection,
Sustained.
Did
Why?
you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question
Objection.
left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important to not discuss the
That's what you call unfinished motherfucking business, Higgins. You're gonna get the fucking business, baby. That's coming. Matt Couch, you're coming.
Which woke you up, is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
We'll do this.
Put everything up.
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me
somebody's
ask just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I hear you.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that I highlighted. Mr. Higgins, you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You answered, I believe you did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly, and it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls, briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally, when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding,
He testified at the grand jury. I must have missed that.
you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what we just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? Like from the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave?
Boom. There it is. Boom. Half hour, maybe an hour. At 34 Fairview. Now watch his mannerisms when he's doing this lie. Okay, let's check out his mannerisms when he answers this question that we now know is a goddamn lie.
How long did you stay
Hold on.
at the Albert residence in total? Like from the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30
Hour.
there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home.
There it is. Bitch. Okay, so his nonchalant answer, like the, that's what I would say, nonchalant. Nonchalant is the lie. Okay, when he's stern. Okay, why the rush?
Home, you went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving.
Move vehicles.
You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe
Same type of mannerisms on the half hour watch.
a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
See? You see that? That's his lie. That's his tell.
Probably about, correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short.
30 feet?
Maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car, Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
I think he's being honest there. I don't think the body was there yet.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. When another car parked there,
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
it was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigative 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34th Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34th Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory about where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34th Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34th Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution.
Boom. To move 2 vehicles. I have him as moving 1 vehicle.
Of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned.
I said administrative things.
You said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved 2. The purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you'd gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes. I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that
I swapped vehicles out. I traded vehicles. That's not what he did. Okay, at the beginning of the surveillance cam, there's a car. There's a vehicle that leaves right away from the back. He would have known there was cameras on him. Might he go and said it all?
that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later.
I was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Oh, we'll talk about the video in just a second.
I'm sure it's on video.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. I'm so So why don't we take a 5-minute?
Court, all rise. We'll put everything up.
Good's gonna be in trouble. This is why he didn't call these fucking people.
To the interior. Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that, and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. You'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple of drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone, you had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat, and you, quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Right there. Got him.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have no recollection of any phone calls. I think he was on his work phone.
Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point. You recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to them?
Yes.
Sorry, with it?
See the document on the lower right, it has a page number, or there's an numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770.
On the lower right-hand corner?
In the right, I mean in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
And the one was 1771, because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you in the prior hearing?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looked like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that, on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds, from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree? As
It's 22 seconds.
a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this, and you were shown these records at prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been, and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You had an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number, reflecting those records, is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
And if you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? Miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring it.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call?
Code or Face ID?
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back. This time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
You remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer?
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything, and then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. Ma'am?
Yes.
Sure. Same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
There is no way that this would be the same phone that did the 140 that was on the phone at 146 or 140. It would have shown. Oh, I did. I actually got it. Yep. I'll double check that.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything, and then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
I never talked to Brian Albert.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So, of course, you drove over to his house and had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? at 7:22 a.m. If you're
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request?
At 7:22 a.m., he would have been at 34 Fairview.
Asked from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What we're trying to do.
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you'd been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before, and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house, unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from it, correct?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Put that.
Sustained.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data, electronic data is an important part of the investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. Actually, at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct?
He's lying. 7 or 7:15, there was maybe been like one police officer. He didn't go there right then. He didn't go there at that time. At 7 or 7:15. Gallagher arrives at 7. He was in an unmarked car, though. Link's in an unmarked car. And Karen Reed's SUV.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could ask me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't have to search it. They didn't have to inspect it.
No.
So we met with troopers. Who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they would inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just tipped off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right? And
No.
you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
Right there. The defendant and John never showed up. That couldn't have possibly been the conversation because Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe were saying that they saw them arrive. He can't be telling the truth right there. That wouldn't have been the conversation that would have been had that they never showed up. He's trying to completely distance himself from John even showing up. That means they encountered right away.
Right?
We were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend, these are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Jim McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him, and you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home? Or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach the room? Yes. Yeah, this particular area, but I just want to see the reference. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it. Tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by date.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, sorry,
Do you recognize
Yes, I
it?
do. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't know that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors. Every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume
At 120. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor. Sense.
To floor corridor 2, right when you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's-
You entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right when you got there? You say to move your cars.
It's possible.
It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did when he ever mention what time? By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
That's telling me the substance of the conversation. Did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry,
You're not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%. No.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That can't be true. We have pictures. I have pictures. This can't fucking be true. He did not park in that driveway. He did not park outside that house. 742, we have a picture and he is not there. Perfection. Got you, fuck. Oh, yes. Come on. Yes. You fucking lying sack of shit. There we go. Oh boy. Okay, I figured it out. Court is on. Let's go back to court. We'll go back to court. We'll go back to court. Unmute. And
given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often,
okay.
begins with a history of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. in the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
See how he totally jumped and didn't talk about the Canton Police Department officer bringing him?
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, almost seek to introduce in the minutes next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
This is Massachusetts State Police Trooper Clark,
Yes.
and he's the one that
With the
took
court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly? Sir, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the
We've
Lexus
smelled
sign.
this.
And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yannetti on the cross, baby. Wake up, Yannetti on the cross.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah, she can answer. These are all relevant. I love it. Yannetti going fucking slug it, baby. Yeah, slick, baby. You guys want to go low? We'll go lower. Boom. Yannetti's like, let's get this all straight. You're from this Maynard area? Then you got involved with the CPAC unit, right? Just joined yeah. And who was your supervisor? And he got removed. He got removed from that, right? He's been since removed. Everybody removed. Fucking love it, Yannetti. You sexy Italian, you. Yannetti spaghetti. All you Yannetti spaghettis out there. Yannetti, woo! Tell Bev to. I can ask him who his. Do you not like the way that I asked it, Bev? What's the problem here? February 1st was your earliest involvement in the case, right? And you're just there to take pictures like a pool boy. You're from the Maynard unit, right? You joined a year later, CPAC, okay? So been there for 2 years. Tully's supervisor, no longer, huh? Hey, sidebar needed after that one. Sidebar, baby. Woo-wee. What's the problem? Pipe it, Bev.
So,
Pipe it.
going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it.
Why can't I ask if he has any knowledge?
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
there was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection. I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Yep, sidebar.
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Sidebar need to be heard. Sidebar. Well, Yannetti. He's listening to Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed says, I want you to TKO these motherfuckers. You hear me? I want jurors, you are to disregard that they are drinking on the job. Do you hear me? So a year and a half later, you would then accompany Michael Proctor to babysit him to interview Colin Albert. Is that correct? And did Michael Proctor tell you that him and his uncle, Kevin Albert, were out and about drinking in their cop cruisers, losing their minds and guns? Were you aware of this? Did he make you aware and tell you that how shitty he got with man, we're losing everything here.
Good time to take our morning recess.
Why?
We'll see in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
So you can just follow up.
These jurors are like, we don't even know. Wonder why these jurors are like, no wonder why nothing gets done in this world. These people don't ever work. These people don't work. Nobody works around here. Damn. Well, Bev wants to take a break. Bev's like, break. Jurors, this seems like a great time to take a break. Wow. Hell yes. Whoop. God, I love my friends. Okay. You think Maine is bad? You should see Rhode Island. I bet. It's all over. Take a break, Bev. Bev is like, what are you doing to me? And he's like, Your Honor, these are all appropriate questions that we can ask. We are talking about this investigation. Okay? I want to know why Yuri didn't go with him for this interview. So, okay. Clark goes and interviews Callan Albert with Proctor. On July 18th, 2023. Before it began, did Michael Proctor inform you that he had been out drinking and socializing with Kevin Albert and leaving his gun in his car and badges? What? Proctor called your unit. John O'Keefe was on Brian Albert's lawn. Did you know that? Did you know that Brian Albert is Kevin Albert's brother and he's a detective? I wonder if the defense is regretting not calling Berkey to the stand last year, as well as Kevin Albert. I bet you Berkey, Kevin Albert is on the list this year. I think he was on the list last year. They just didn't call him. You know, Berkey's dead now, so. What's everybody having for lunch today? He testified last year. His role was very minimal. Because, okay, since Proctor isn't testifying for them, Yannetti is going this route. You just keep pumping into the jury's minds. Okay, so Proctor's with the Carlone. What was that date? When did he get there? February 1st, your earliest involvement. So, now the person that would have walked him to the bags that he's claiming that he got with the cups of the solo cups of the pitchers and stuff like that, that's would have been Gallagher. Okay, well, we're waiting here. Something that I did find, dude, Higgins is straight lying. Somebody needs to dissect everything to do with Higgins, and maybe I'll designate myself. Maybe I'll designate myself. But we have a very interesting matter that we need to talk about, and this is we have a picture that was taken by the Canton Police Department, and so like we have 4 of them, and there is no way that Higgins was there. Higgins was not there. I think Higgins is the one that went over to Karen Reed's, or John O'Keefe's rather. What the fuck is going on? Where's that one at? Here, look at this. These are all from what the Canton Police Department took pictures of. There is no. Okay. Do you guys see a vehicle there? Like, do you guys see a vehicle along here? No. Do you guys see a vehicle in the driveway that's a Jeep? No, but I want you to pay attention to this car. It's all the way up here. 1, 2. Now watch. This car, that's Matt McCabe's. There is no vehicle up there. And here's a better look at it. These are the pictures that were taken by the Canton Police Department. So I believe that this picture proves, as well as this picture, there is a vehicle up there. See? First of all, there's no vehicle on the street, so Higgins couldn't have been on the street. This vehicle right here, whose vehicle is that? Because it is 1,000% not there. When this Matt McCabe's vehicle's there, and it's because I believe somebody went to Karen's. So, I mean, when I say somebody went to Karen's, somebody went to John O'Keefe's where Karen's car was between 5:45 in the morning and 8 o'clock. It had to have happened. He's the one that told Jen McCabe to call Lank. Could that be Higgins' truck? What truck? Wait. That's so far. No, I think the person that this is right here that took the picture, that's their vehicle. This is like right where, oh my God, actually, hold on a second. This could be, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. OMG, oh my God. Where would any, who's there that's taking the pictures? Do you guys remember, I wondered why this was happening. Okay. Do you remember when Good and everybody testified that I was instructed to move the vehicles when I took the pictures? Move the vehicles. Now I know why. Because none of these pictures, like where's like this picture right here couldn't have been taken, like it had to be a distance away to take, like in time, this picture, because there was a car parked right up here. And then this car. And do you see like there's nothing on the underneath these cars? Like this car right here? Look at this. There is no snow underneath that car. Look at, see, this is the car that was parked there. See how they're, look at that. Look at that. Is that shadows? You guys may think that. Oh, no. What car do you think those rims are? Whose car is this? Parked over here. Up, all the way over here. See? No vehicle up over here. See? Vehicle. It can't be nobody. I want anybody to say that's their trash cans. There's no trash cans. Okay? This is a vehicle right here. Whose vehicle is that? This is it in black and white. I want to see all these Canton pics again. But they said they took these pictures when they were doing this shit right here. Look at where they were. Look at where they were. Blown away. These people, I mean, this is nuts. This is just nuts to me. Yeah, isn't his like the off-white one, like the pearl color? I have him as having a pearl color SUV. And then she's got the Denali. So they just started, go ahead and getting out the, look at that. I want to know whose car this is. Where the fuck is, where's Gallagher's car? Maybe, is this Gallagher's car? Gallagher. Where is everybody's car that's supposed to be there? Who the fuck is this? Where are all these cars that are the police were still there? And who truly took these pictures? Where are these even from? How do we even know if the cops took these pictures? There's no metadata on any of these. I think this is why we've not heard from the Canton Police Department. Okay, he's going to have to introduce this all on his. When I say he, Alan Jackson and Karen Reed, they're going to have to introduce everything on their case in chief because this is a joke. But they didn't call any Canton cops for a reason. All right. Those are the only two cars that were there. We're missing cars. There should be more cars that were there. Like the Alberts together have 4. Brian Jr., the wife, and then Brian Albert has his work and his personal. So unless he doesn't, you know, this is what Gallagher is the operator. Lank is documenting and Good is using his iPhone. Okay. That would be 3 vehicles there. Where are these vehicles at? Well, he says Lank took the goods and ran to the police department. I sent Good. Oh wait, he has to be back because I sent him to go get the leaf blower. And Gallagher is just, you know, he's been there since 7. He got there at 7. All these pictures from testimony started at 7:42. And obviously Good would have had to been back. That's where Gallagher gets twisted up. Gallagher says that he sends Sean Good to go get the leaf blower and that they were taking pictures when Sean was going to get this leaf blower. That's when they started. I call bullshit. Good was told to move all the vehicles out of the way. Now I know why they're testifying like that, because it's just a mess. Now it makes sense. Because the pictures are like, wait, where is everybody? Let me know when, look at Alan Jackson sprint.
I like how that 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you look at base page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological. It's the second to the last page.
I have it.
And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
8 entry.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 129/22? This entry, at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 129, 2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see
access granted Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
What time did he get there that morning?
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds. Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds. 7. Here, the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Doesn't read yet.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally port to front exit, front entry to Sally port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally port.
Two
Yes.
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side, yes.
And then there's a
pass-through.
Personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So 9:23, 39.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 9:23:50, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the time?
Page.
Yes.
9:23 and 50 seconds. Into Sally Port, from booking or from booking into Sally.
Wow, really?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times, the dates,
right,
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere, and then you have a swipe at the end of the day, doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 29:05 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 20. About right there, basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Back to the trial. I want you to be comfortable. I'm putting together a timeline over here. Oh my god, it's getting way good. Okay. So at 9:23 a.m., that's when so remember how when he testified, he said, Higgins was like, I left before Lane got there. Where the fuck was he? He doesn't go to Canton until 9:23. That's after. Let's look at Jen's steps. Let's look at Jen's calls. She calls Karen at 7:21, and Karen calls her back for 2 minutes and 19 seconds. They were all on three-way. 7:21. When I say three-way, she's on speakerphone. Sorry, not three-way. Carrie Roberts, 7:33. Carrie Roberts. Canton PD, 8:38. The call back, and that's because they did the wellness check, in my opinion. 9. Lank is called at 8:59 on his personal cell phone number. Then 9:23. He leaves at 9:10, but that doesn't make sense. He would have talked to them. He would have talked to Michael Proctor. He could have talked to Michael Proctor. That's when they were. So basically, Michael Proctor and Yuri and Higgins are all getting there at the same time. Because Yuri said, I don't know, about 9:15 we went in. And Proctor said 10 a.m. How does 9:23 sound? These people are sick. He was walking around 9:28, 9:53, 9:54. Then he leaves, and he's missing in action until 11:40. 9:54 to 11:40. Karen Reed texts him, John is dead at 11:53 a.m. And he's doing hella walking around at 11:51. He's at Canton PD, 11:51, 11:52. Then he leaves right after Karen fucking texts him. He leaves at 11:52.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
No, 11:54. 11:54, he leaves Canton and doesn't come back until 2:05. Hell yeah. Karen reads text message to him. John's dead at 11:53 a.m. And then Higgins leaves Canton PD at 11:54 a.m. and does not immediately after hearing that. What time did he say that he called Brian? And you have a 12-minute conversation. Anybody get that? Wow. Another sidebar. Imagine that. Sidebar, sidebar. Back to back. What's up, Boston? What's up, baby girl? Oh my God, Karen was doing the huggy wiggy wiggy with Higgins. Higgins was so Higgins is lying. Higgins doesn't go to Canton until 9:23 a.m. So that means because he never testified that he went anywhere else. So when he would have got to Fairview he said, I got to Fairview around 7 a.m. I want to know if Alan Jackson asked him if he was driving. He did. He asked if he was driving his Jeep that morning. Higgins and Matt McCabe. Just like I fucking said. They're the ones that fucking did. Are you
Counsel.
kidding me?
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
These people are sick. Yep. Lang distanced himself from Higgins.
The session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Sergeant Clark. Back on the mound.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay, thank you. All right. you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
All right, so this is going to be a witness. Can I get a witness?
Excuse me.
This is witness. Twenty-seven.
So this would be able to record the jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Evan Brent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the state police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the state police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So Some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat.
Why would they be taking pictures of John O'Keefe's car
Coming in.
if they didn't know anything?
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Let's see how much snow is over there on February 3rd in the driveway.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit the next exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in a relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758.
Who moved it?
And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777.
That car looks like it just got waxed.
And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Ooh, who's this? Lally. Lally's getting a lot of play here today. Brian.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Brian Gallerini.
137.
Thank you.
This is a newbie.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Boom.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
There we go. Here we go. There we go. You know what? I think he was last year. It was just so quick. What was is that 2023 or 2024?
Follow me, ma'am.
Here's our girl. I like it. I like her a lot. I'm a fan. And in this, I'm a fan of her.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
I bet you.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after an incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the her and the girl that did the tail light.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ooh, a Leshy on the cross.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Let's take a look here.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that
vehicle?
Yes.
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury. There are two pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
Where?
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could you just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
First.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical
Those
items?
fuckers did that.
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Looks like the car was keyed.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
like to move these two photographs into evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P-173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the Crime Scene Services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P-165.
Unbelievable.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
I know, I'm looking forward to a Leshy on the cross here.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you.
The body of Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hi, Karen. Show and tell him how.
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's got your bag. You need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes, why don't you go in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here. All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like.
Jurors, the lunches are here. What are we having?
We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah.
50 minutes or so.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
50 minutes or so. Well, what are we having for lunch? The fuck. Bev is living for this. I mean, let's be honest. If you were sitting there as a juror, knowing what that car would have went through, a piece of hair. Oh, we found a piece of hair. I just don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely.
Describe what she's doing.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mm-hmm. What are you guys doing? What is everybody doing? What is everybody eating? It's lunchtime here. With that said, I mean, gosh, I can't wait for Aka. Karen, I'm with you, baby girl. I can't wait for damn Kohlberger trial. These people are out of their minds, out of their fucking minds, man. If I was a juror and I saw a piece of hair after seeing a clean, beautifully buff shined vehicle of John O'Keefe's that was never entered into any coverage, okay, unless, oh, well, we moved his car inside the garage. And then we just decided to wax it. Oh, it's 5:52 where you're at? Oh, God, it's like the Kohlberger case is going to be like in the middle of the night. Wow. Oh, hell no. They went from rave music to like massage, like soothing oils. Oh my God. They've lost it. Yeah, this is spa music. This is top 5 worst cover. Yeah, this is a total, like, dude, Higgins is looking more and more. You better start talking. It looks like Higgins or Matt McCabe. Those are the people. Higgins and Matt McCabe are the two people that are unaccounted for. Oh, spa. I have to get outside and get some fresh air. I feel the kid had to have some involvement. I think Higgins and Brian Albert. I can't listen to this, guys. I'm sorry. Just mute your TV. Higgins doesn't look at all like he was touched. That's the only thing in those photos. Like him going and putting himself in front of somebody at the Canton Police Department. I see Higgins as more of like helped cover this up for them. I don't think he went. I don't think Higgins went home that night. I don't know why. Higgy was neck deep in all of it. Brian Albert was in a sling. I know Colin had messed up knuckles. I never saw the sling. I don't believe their story at all. All of these people's phones should have been had. All right, we'll be back. Oh my God, that picture of him in the sling. Brian Albert's picture in the sling, his face. It looks like the guy in the camera, all the beard.
Another night slowly closes in, and it feels so lonely. Touching you, breathing out my skin. I pretend you still hold me. I'm going crazy, I'm losing sleep. I'm empty, way too deep over you. I can't believe your love. Wherever you go, I'll be with you.
What is up, guys? Welcome back. Yep, that's the boat. That's the last song that we hear when we take the boat out. Now, the song that we hear, the first song that always plays on the boat is, well, I think you guys know it. I think you guys know at least the, let's see. Well, tell me all my life.
Gasoline and groceries, list goes on and on. 9 to 5 ain't work. Why the hell do I work so hard? Can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm gone. 1, get to 2 to 3 to 4. Tell them bring another round when you get more. I'm stepping on the tape, she don't need a dance floor.
Oh my good Lord. Oh yeah. You know, we just get down. Well, what the heck, Bev? You tell me, take 50 minutes, well, I'll take an hour and 15. This is why nothing gets done. Government employees don't give a shit. They're still getting paid. Let's see. Welcome back. Welcome back. Stevie Winwood's a really big classic, though. It's all like Stevie Winwood. Nothing but the hits, nothing but the, yeah. It's the most randomest songs. Guarantee you've all heard them before, though. So, you know what I think Higgins' song was to Karen Reed? Yo, Karen, you the fucking best. You the fucking best, Karen. You the fucking best. You the fucking best. You the best I ever had. Even though my dick couldn't work. What's going on here?
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay.
Again, Ron, direct examination, back at it.
One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I didn't need to explain it, I just provide
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay,
separate
that's fine. I'll just get
packages
it here.
after it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these 2 items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Give me a couple hours of partying with her. I'll get it all.
Thank you.
I like her.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
She's failed a couple times, though, I think at least once.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger manila envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference, markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P-196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the Yes, the circle part. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, could you take a look?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148, A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you two photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these two to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigator's information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the firing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there's one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation of offering that evidence. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need that for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this as-
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Lessie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down and then go to the bumper and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red Solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from Solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red Solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red Solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red Solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 Solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same Solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which Solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best Solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those Solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo cup in the bag that these Solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a same single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single Solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the Solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them. So I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on
Hank's a bastard.
The screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swabbed. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the tail light, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that tail light when you were at Sallyport for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium, what I just did?
I'm here for this. Let's talk about this touch.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question?
Here it
again,
comes.
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
This is gonna be good. Get it right. Quantity. I'm ready for it.
With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right?
Yep.
So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay. Oh, shit. It's a reflection. From the camera.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
Yes.
No, I cannot.
What?
You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
It is. Fuck yes. Take that. Oh my God.
With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the
Look
other
at that.
picture,
Okay. Oh my God.
and if you could zoom in.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Bobby.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
Okay. I see.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1 B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture.
Reverse B.
What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better, or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through,
Boom.
you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore equivocation, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility,
Right.
yes.
So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
Boom.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back to the,
I told you, she didn't do anything wrong.
none of these pieces
fucked
of
with her shit.
apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
The pictures would have been.
If we could,
People are shitty. I'll explain it.
if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
I told you I love her. She is not combative. She is, I'm telling you, she's good peeps.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with
I
Your
love
Honor's
her.
permission, if we could publish it.
I love her. She's fair. She's not gonna mess with, like, she did not do anything. These assholes did. She is fair. I love her. I'd be very upset if you tried to fuck with my shit too.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been
They used her.
various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence.
This is the first that this is coming out.
Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with your honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, your honor?
She was called in for a meeting
Thank you.
and they told her to look at this shit. Like, she didn't. No, I'll explain. She didn't do anything wrong. They are trying to mislead the jury, the prosecution, knowing that it was a reflection, knowing that that's not what the report said. But Hanky tried to up it. Hanky tried to up his game.
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk?
Hanky just
you
got
can
caught.
Go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please.
Hanky just tried to talk about these fucking stickers. Okay? If you go back and rewind it, she's like,
Thank you. I think
actually about it because she can't find the pieces. These people are sick. Hank is a fucking piece of shit. And I hope somebody opens up his mouth and takes a shit in it. He's a piece. Little fucking twerp.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes.
They brought her in to watch this video.
We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Yeah.
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
I love it.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Is it possible?
Sustained.
What?
Do you know the weather conditions
This is so good.
that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
I love it. This is, I think, that Gilman shit. Use Gilman shit.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first.
Fuck yes. Use their own shit against
If
them.
you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, is to,
Fuck yes.
so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett.
This is great. Fuck you, Hank. Called Gilman. Oh, good.
And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
Gilman's report.
And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories.
Hit wind.
Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight
Wind
what it
speed.
relates to?
15 miles an hour.
And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay. If you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
Dude, I will fuck with Leslie all day, baby.
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the
The wind speed that day.
average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
Okay, well, I'm telling you.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
So
That-
you think that would stay there. This is so good.
So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So,
It's
try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How heavy were the pieces? Ask her how heavy the pieces were that she picked up.
How did you recover
Thank you.
the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Sign me up, bitches.
You can take that down, Mr.
How heavy were those pieces
Thank
that you removed?
Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Hank open.
Yes, that's correct.
the door.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
This is
correct.
Amazing.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
I love her. I'm writing her a letter. I love her.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair. And within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
I'm gonna give you some resistance, girl.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a
She's
depiction
thinking
of the
I
hair.
suck dick.
May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
144. Don't stop.
If you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Oh, let's see how he does. He makes okay. Circle it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C?
Reverse C.
Then if it's a C shape?
What?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast.
God is all over me.
Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that hook is orienting left, correct?
She's give her the hook.
Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's correct.
Very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Oh, there it is. Flippy. Just so
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The hook line.
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
No, wait, what?
No,
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Would be helpful to you answer your questions? Happy to do.
potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf?
I love humans. People are dog people, I'm human people. I just want to scoop her up. Tell her, don't worry, girl, we're going to get hammered. Who gives a fuck? Fuck those assholes. Ain't your fault they suck.
Maybe we could zoom in if possible.
Oh, there we go, side by side it.
Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first.
Okay, overalls.
That you would like.
Who's wearing overalls?
Okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
The hair.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's
Come
the
on,
same
you're better than
orientation,
this.
correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different.
The camera
One is
angle.
the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The
I'm gonna give you that head on.
570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the
For
same
570.
location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
Oriented.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct?
Yeah,
It's
570.
the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and
The
a 0.
570 is a
Thank you.
Lexus. She just didn't understand that, I don't think. 570, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh.
Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in
Like, it doesn't
and
change.
get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
God, that's so great.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No.
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Her name is changed from Maureen to Borgine. Here's gonna go my Borgine Hart. Get over here. We're gonna do some talking here. You are definitely invited to the party. Toe tags and fun bags says that you can come, and you must bring your CSI kit. Okay, we are gonna play Pictionary. We are gonna play photo hunt. Sidebar. God. How many is that today? 5 or 6. It's the same hair. It's just basically, I think the point he's trying to make is that somebody just breathed on it and it fell. Okay, so how could that hair travel all the way if I think when somebody stood over it and the hair got scared, didn't it? Sidebar. You guys think, I mean, they just had to go these extra lengths, didn't they? They just had to go these extra lengths. I love it. Big fat, not guilty. I mean, what do you think the jury is thinking right now? Like, God, you're just picking on this girl. It's like, I would be like, yeah, that's actually pretty strange that it moved like that. I think that means it moved really easily. Somebody just walked past it and just sent a little breeze, you know? For all we know that, you know, Proctor over there is crop dusting and it's just, all these people suck. It's not her fault. It's not. I don't blame her. I mean, she could have, I guess, wrote on her piece of paper and said, it's really strange that this piece of hair made it, you know, how did it stay on there? I mean, you want to think that if you think that O.J. Simpson was Mark Furman messed with the glove, if you were on that wavelength, well, then you have to be on the wavelength here. That this is just ridiculous.
Mr. Wolf?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay. That was sidebar 6.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those 2 depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The 2 depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those 2 depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God, she has to come back tomorrow.
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
What hotel is she staying in? Do you think she's staying in a hotel? She needs some flowers. She needs a pick-me-up.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Borgs and bingo will be for the Brian Kohlberger game. Borgs and bingo. In order to win your bingo money, you must show me that you have a Borg and that you named it. So, I already told you what mine is. Oh, Borg, Stacy, congratulations, winner, chicken dinner. We had what, 3-4 winners today? All right, now just give me time here. If you already have my Cash App, just request it, and I can shoot it to you. Because I usually do it at the end of the day. Otherwise, it's just too much. So, wow, okay. We'll be having her back. I think, like I said, I don't blame her. She was just going there to do a job. How does she know that she's walking into a bunch of complete idiots, putting evidence on the car, placing a hair. I mean, the only thing that I won't let her, I mean, maybe she was told, like, no, you can't do that, that's inappropriate or not proper, is to be like, after I would have gone through this trial, if I watched it afterwards and I felt some type of way, to say, I do not feel comfortable with anything that I've read, seen, or heard. You know what I mean? That's why I think she's answering so fairly, though. You know, she's not trying to escape any, like, yeah, ask me the question, I'll be happy to tell you. That's why I knew Alan Jackson would not mention a single word about her tests. No need. She's going to give us what we want. Trust me. And if she doesn't, then we attack her tests. You get what I'm saying? Like, until she's going to, like, be like a Yuri. She's going to give us what we want. We just have to ask her the questions. So I think that I told you guys, I love this witness. I'm so glad that we get her for another day on cross. She'll just be a quick cross, though, in the morning. Hank F. Hank's day was a complete disaster. I have some stuff I want to show you guys. Hank got the niece to say that the relationship was deteriorating and that she was louder than Jo when they would fight, or like be loud or something. And at 4:30 in the morning, the defendant woke up her at 4:30 a.m. So that's what they said. I'll recap that in the morning, though. What else? Go to my community page right now. Check it out. I posted the Brian Albert pic. It's a close-up of his beard and the sling. I posted that for you. I think the next person that's probably going to take center stage is going to be the girl that Ashley, who put AMV are her initials. Probably it's Ashley Marie Valaire. I want to say it right, though. Let's see. Where is she? She's gay. I think full blown. Where is she? Yeah. Valaire. Vaillier. Valaire. Ashley Valaire. That's who I'm expecting next. They might throw Paul in the middle. Who knows? The old girlfriend. Full blown. Yeah, hopefully she says she has a pixie cut. It's not Gay Jeff. I bet you she knows Gay Jeff. I bet you they party together. Give a shout out to DB. Woo! 999, baby. Yeah. Hell yeah, Karen. You can just drive the boat, man. You can just drive the boat. Yuri gifted 5 memberships. Hopefully you guys caught one. Congratulations to our winners today. For bingo, I would like to announce them. Let's see if I have it. Stacy, congratulations. Jen, congratulations. Higgins, congratulations. Oh wait, he wasn't playing. Yuri. Is that everybody? I thought there were 4. Why didn't there were 4 winners? Did I miss somebody? Who else got a bingo? Gay Jeff got a bingo. I'm gonna find out who Gay Jeff is. Trust me, I'll find out who Gay Jeff is. That's gonna be easy to find out. So we'll see if maybe we can get Gay Jeff to come and co-host. Brian Colbert is supposed to have a pre-trial conference tomorrow at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I don't know if that's happening. Could be wrong. There was only 3 winners. Okay, then I'm winning. I'm going to give myself a win. Oh, yeah, we have a Monday Live winner right there. Maybe that's where I was getting my 4 from. If you're afraid of Cash App, we do send personal checks. We do send $5 out in the quarters. So get yourself. Octavia, I fucking love you, man. Octavia, can you make me a hoodie? Can you make me a hoodie? I wanted to say Borgs and Bimbos. Can we get that? You know? Can you get me a shirt that says, "Is that right?" With Ann Taylor. I'm trying to think what else I want. I want one of the text message. I want one of Higgins's and I want one of her text messages. I'll decide which one. You suck. You stink. With those just on the front of my hoodie. So I need to send up boards of this hoodie. There you go. All right, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, chat. You're hot. Fuck it. Fuck it. Karen, you're hot. All right, guys. Take care. How about I'll allow it? I like that. Kelly, love you, Dal. You're great. Send me an order form. All right, guys. See you in the morning. Be safe.